The Silent Dreams.
Welcome or welcome back. Tonight, there is nowhere you need to be and nothing you need to do. Beyond these quiet moments, the world can wait until morning. Here the lamps burn softly, the rain falls gently, and every old house, forgotten hallway, and distant fire has a story waiting to be remembered. So make yourself comfortable. Let your breathing become slow and steady. And together, we'll wander gently into the silence. Tonight's story begins. Something has changed. Not in the house, not in the rooms, not in the arrangement of the furniture, or the quality of the dark, or the sound of the rain that has been faithful since before you arrived and is faithful still. Not in the clock, which continues its patient count without reference to anything but the mechanism that drives it. Not in any of the physical facts of Vellacott Hall, which are exactly as they were at 11 o'clock when you first came through the door and stood in the entrance hall and felt the house close around you with the particular warmth of a place that has been waiting. Something has changed in the quality of the time itself. This is difficult to describe to someone who has not spent enough nights awake to have felt it, and if you have been sleeping as you have been sleeping, you have felt it from the inside rather than observed it from the outside, which is perhaps the truer way of knowing it. But there is a moment in every night when the dark reaches its fullest expression and then begins, almost imperceptibly, almost theoretically, in a way that no instrument could measure, and that the waking mind can only register as a quality of sensation rather than a fact of light, to change direction. The night has been going away from the previous day. Now it is going toward the next one. This is not yet dawn. Dawn is still some time away, an hour, perhaps more, before the sky above the cloud cover begins its first grey lightning, before the quality of the rain changes from night rain to morning rain, before the birds begin in the elm trees, and the house begins its own slow transition from its night self to its day self, with the gradual, many-staged process of a building that has been doing this for a very long time and knows all the steps. But the direction has changed. And Konstantin, lying on the bed in the master bedroom with the impression in the linen, a few inches from his curled body, and the cheval mirror in the corner, holding its slightly warmer version of the room, and the sourceless warmth of 58 years of love, distributed through every cubic inch of air, Konstantin feels it. His eyes open. All the way for the first time in some hours, the thin line becomes the full depth, the green fully visible, both eyes wide and clear, and reading the dark of the room with the complete attention of an animal that has been resting but not sleeping, waiting but not idle. He reads the room. Finds it as it was, unchanged, settled, the presence of the room doing what it has been doing all night, which is to say holding, warmly and patiently, and without any diminishment of the quality that has made this room what it is for 35 years, since Edward Vellacott died here on a November evening. He reads the direction of the time, confirms what he felt, and rises. He has one more thing to do before this night is finished. One last circuit, not the ambient patrolling circuit of the earlier hours, but something more deliberate, more valedictory, the round that closes the night, that completes the watch, that visits each room one final time before the house crosses from dark to light, and his particular kind of attention gives way to the ordinary business of the day. He steps off the bed, lightly, quietly, with the contained precision of a cat that has been practicing this movement in this house for longer than anyone can account for. His paws find the old floorboard, and it makes its faint, familiar sound, barely audible, absorbed immediately by the quiet of the room, and he crosses to the door. He pauses in the doorway, looks back once at the room, at the impression in the linen, at the mirror in the corner, at the air that holds its warmth and its accumulated years of love. His expression does not change, but the pause is not nothing. It is the pause of a creature acknowledging what it has been part of tonight, what it has witnessed and attended and kept company. Not sentimentality. He is not capable of sentimentality in the human sense, does not perform emotion for his own benefit or anyone else's. But acknowledgement, the simple, honest noting of a thing that deserves to be noted. He turns, goes out, into the corridor and the dark and the last deep hour before dawn. He goes to the library first. Down the stairs carefully as he came up, each step placed with the same deliberate attention, the same care for the sleeping people in the rooms behind the closed doors along the upper corridor. He passes the portrait near the top of the stairs, the one that shows the master bedroom as it was, warm-toned, firelit, lived in. He does not pause before it tonight. He has been in the room itself. He carries that with him. The entrance hall receives him at the bottom of the stairs. The lamp on the side table has burned through the night and is nearing the end of its oil. The flame is smaller than it was at 11 o'clock. The amber circle of its light contracted, the shadows in the hall correspondingly deeper and larger. It will go out soon. Before Mrs. Alderton comes down at 6:30 to begin the morning, before the house crosses its threshold from night to day, the lamp will have extinguished itself quietly and without ceremony, and the hall will have passed through a brief total darkness before the first grey light through the windows makes it visible again. The Lonquet's clock ticks. Konstantin glances at it, the moon face above the dial, that painted blue and gold rendering of the lunar cycle, shows the moon almost full. A thin sliver of dark remains on one side. In a day or two it will be gone, and the painted moon will be complete, and then the cycle will begin again in its slow, reliable way. The gold giving way to blue, giving way to gold, the way it has been doing since the clock was made, and the person who commissioned it decided that the passage of the moon was worth tracking alongside the passage of the hours. He turns left. The library door is as he left it when the night began, slightly ajar, the gap that has always been there, the door that rests in this position of its own inclination and requires no assistance. He pushes through it. The library at this hour is a different room from the library at 11 o'clock. The fire is its most changed. What was, when you first entered, a generous and living thing, a fire in the full expression of its warmth and light, is now a bed of coals at the very end of their life. Not out, the last residue of heat still radiates from the grey and orange fragments in the grate, still gives the room its quality of warmth, still provides the faintest suggestion of glow that makes the library, even now, distinguishable from the rooms that have had no fire at all tonight. But it is ending. The fire has given what it had to give, and what remains is simply the last of the giving. The room smells of it. Of a long fire in its final hour, the smell of wood fully burned, of warmth that has been in one place for long enough to saturate the fabric and the paper and the old leather spines of 10,000 books. It is a good smell, one of the best smells in a house at night, in the way that the smell of things that have been warm all evening and are now cooling carries with it the whole record of the evening's warmth, the memory of it, the evidence that it happened. Konstantin moves through the library, past the shelves with their accumulated worlds, past the small table where the glass of water stood when you first arrived, empty now, or nearly, a thin ring of moisture remaining on the surface of the table where the glass has been sitting all night, past the window with its half-drawn curtains where the rain still speaks against the glass in its low, continuous voice. To the armchair. He sits in it. The armchair where you sat when the night began, when the fire was full and the clock was ticking and the rain had just begun to register as something that would stay for the whole night. He sits in it with the ease of a creature entirely at home in a surface it knows, and he sits facing the fire the way you faced it. And for a moment the library is exactly as it was, except the fire is lower and the hour is later and everything is quieter and more settled and more deeply itself. He sits for a few minutes, then rises. The drawing room next. He makes his way through the corridor, past the portraits, past the table with the empty vase, past the place where the wallpaper lifts at its corner. The drawing room door is as he left it, slightly ajar, and he passes through it into the room with its covered furniture and its cold fireplace and its clock on the mantelpiece ticking in the dark. The piano. He goes to the piano, as he always goes to the piano on his final round. This is the check that closes the night in the drawing room, the confirmation that what the piano said when it spoke has been received and acknowledged and need not be repeated. He stands before it, puts his nose briefly to the dark green cover, reads whatever is there to be read. The piano is silent. It has said what it had to say tonight. One note, offered into the deep silence of 1 o'clock, received and held and finally released. The room around it carries the memory of the note the way rooms carry the memory of sounds that have been significant, not audibly, not in any way that could be detected, but as a quality of the air in the specific place where the sound occurred, a slight fullness, a slight density. Konstantin notes it. Moves on. Down the kitchen passage to the cellar door. He does not open it tonight. He has been there, has sat in the cold before the recess, has received the recognition of the presence that has occupied that deep place since before the house was built, has done what needed doing in the oldest room of a very old house. The cellar door stands as it always stands, heavy and dark and cold at the handle, and Konstantin puts his nose to the gap at the bottom and reads what is there. Settled. The presence in its ambient state, distributed across the cellar in the way of something that does not require attention, but is simply there, as it has always been, as it will always be. He has attended to it. It has recognized him. For tonight, this is complete. He turns away from the cellar door and goes to the front of the house, to the threshold. Before he reaches the door, he stops. In the middle of the entrance hall, in the amber light of the lamp that is burning its last, the flame so small now it is barely more than a point of light, a single steady orange star in the otherwise dark hall, casting almost no shadow, illuminating almost nothing, present only in the way that a thing is present when it is at the very end of itself, and has only the last of its being left to give. He stops and he looks at the hall. Really looks, in the way that he looks at things when he wants to see them completely, not the functional looking of navigation, not the efficient looking of assessment, but the other kind, the kind that does not process what it sees, but simply receives it, the kind that holds the thing in the field of attention without doing anything to it. The entrance hall of Vellacott Hall, at the last minutes before dawn, in the light of a dying lamp. The mirror to the left, with its foxed edges and its slightly distorted glass, reflecting the hall back at itself in that particular way of old mirrors, slightly softer, slightly more atmospheric, the kind of reflection that looks less like a record and more like a memory. The portrait of the woman with the direct gaze above the side table, her composed and settled expression unchanged by the hour, unchanged by anything. She has been looking at this hall in exactly this way since the painting was hung, and she will be looking at it in exactly this way when everyone who knows her name is gone. She looks at Konstantin. He looks at her. A long moment between them, the cat and the portrait, the living and the painted, the thing that moves through the house at night, and the thing that has been looking at the house from this fixed point for longer than Konstantin has been here, which is itself longer than anyone can account for. What passes between them in that moment is nothing that can be described in any language that exists, but it is not nothing. He looks away first. Or she does, it is difficult to say with portraits. The clock ticks. That old, measured, faithful sound, the sound of Vellacott Hall's most reliable voice, the one that does not vary, does not modulate, does not respond to the quality of the night, or the depth of the hour, or the presence of a cat in the hall at the moment the lamp is about to go out. It ticks. It has always ticked. It will tick through the morning, and the afternoon, and the evening, and the next night, and the night after that, long after this particular November night has become part of the accumulation that is this house's memory of itself. Konstantin listens to it. 1 tick, 2, 3. The count of the house, the measure of its continuing. And then he crosses the hall to the front door. He has something to confirm before the night is done. Something that closes the watch in the way that only the front door can close it. The final confirmation that the house is intact, that what is inside, and what is outside, that the boundary between the two is where it should be and holds what it should hold. He reaches the door, raises his paw. The front door of Vellacott Hall is not locked. This may surprise you, it surprises most people when they learn it, though the people who have lived and worked in this house for long enough have stopped being surprised by it and have arrived at something closer to acceptance, or to the particular incuriosity that comes from having asked a question too many times and received no satisfactory answer. The front door of Vellacott Hall has not been locked at night within living memory. Mrs. Alderton, who has been here 23 years, has never locked it. The household before hers did not lock it. The household before that, in the long chain of people who have kept this house, did not lock it either. There is a lock, an old iron lock, original to the door, with a key that exists somewhere in the house, in a drawer in the study perhaps, or on a hook in the kitchen passage, or in the locked drawer that holds Edward Vellacott's journals. But the key is not used, has not been used. And if you asked anyone in the household why, they would give you the answer that people give when the real reason for something is too old and too deep to be easily articulated. They would say that no one had ever had reason to, that the house was safe, that nothing had ever happened that suggested otherwise. What they mean, without knowing they mean it, is this: the house does not need a lock. It has Konstantin. He stands before the door now, the great oak door with its iron hardware, its centuries of use, its particular quality of solidity and permanence that says, to anyone who looks at it, that this door was made by people who understood that some things should last, and he stands exactly at the threshold. His front paws are on the stone of the entrance hall floor. His eyes are on the door. The door that stands between inside and outside. Between the warmth of the house and the cold of the November night. Between the fire smell and the book smell and the accumulated human warmth of all the rooms behind him, and the rain smell and the elm smell and the particular cold mineral smell of a northern English night in late autumn that is finally, theoretically, turning toward morning. Between everything the house contains, its portraits and its clocks and its covered furniture and its piano and its impression in the linen upstairs and its presence in the cellar below, and whatever the world outside Vellacott Hall contains on a night like this, which is primarily rain and dark, and the bare branches of the elm trees moving very slightly in a wind that has died down considerably since earlier in the night. He stands at the threshold. This is where the series has been going. Through all the rooms, through all the hours, the library and the drawing room and the cellar and the master bedroom, this is the point toward which the night has been moving. Not urgently, not with any sense of destination or climax, because urgency and destination are not qualities that Konstantin brings to anything, and this night has been nothing if not an education in his qualities, but inexorably in the way that patient things move toward their necessary conclusions, toward the threshold. The place that is neither inside nor outside. The place between. He has always known that the night ends here, that the watch, in its fullest sense, is not complete until he has stood at this door and looked at what is on both sides and made his assessment, and confirmed that the house and the night and the long hours between dusk and dawn have arrived at the point where they always arrive, where they cannot help but arrive, where all nights in all houses arrive eventually. The moment before morning. He stands in it. His tail is still, his ears are forward, his breathing is the slow, full, oceanic breathing of a creature at rest. That has been at rest in some sense all night, even in the midst of its most attentive moments. The cellar, the mirror, the note from the piano, the impression in the linen, because rest, for Konstantin, is not the absence of attention, but the quality of attention that does not cost anything, that is simply what he is, and how he is and has always been. Outside, the rain continues, but something about it is different. He understands, at the threshold, what he has always known. This is perhaps the quality of thresholds, that they make visible what has been true all along, that the act of standing between one thing and another clarifies what each thing is in a way that standing fully in either does not. At the threshold of inside and outside, at the threshold of night and day, at the threshold of this particular November night, and whatever follows it, here, Konstantin sees the whole of what the night has contained with the clarity that only arrives at the end. The presences are one. Not the same, not identical in their qualities or their registers, or the specific character of what they are and where they are and how they make themselves known. The presence in the cellar is ancient and impersonal and geological, older than human history, occupying the deep place with the patient completeness of something that has never had a beginning in any human sense and will not have an ending in any human sense. The presence in the drawing room is musical, intermittent, tied to an initial and a quality of playing that was beautiful, to a person named E who played the piano in that room in the 1860s and has not quite entirely left. The presence in the master bedroom is human and warm and saturated with love, with 58 years of one man's gratitude for a room that held him, and the room's corresponding refusal to fully relinquish what it learned through all those years of practice. They are different, but they are not separate. Konstantin has understood this for a long time, not as a thought, not as a conclusion arrived at through reasoning, but as something closer to the understanding that the house itself has, the understanding that accumulates in walls and stones and deep foundations over long enough that it becomes part of the structure rather than a quality of the structure. The house contains these things, the ancient presence in the cellar, the musical memory in the drawing room, the love held in the master bedroom, and in containing them has made them part of the same thing, part of Vellacott Hall, part of what it is to be this house, in this place, on this piece of ground. What Vellacott Hall contains is not a collection of separate mysteries. It is a single continuity. The presence in the cellar that predates the house, and the person who played the piano, and the man who wrote in his journal that he felt held here and did not wish to examine it too closely, all of these are part of the same long fact of this place. The fact that this ground, this specific piece of the north of England at the foot of the Derbyshire hills, is a place where things remain, where what has happened does not entirely unhappen. Where the layers of time do not replace each other but accumulate, each one adding to rather than erasing what came before, until what you have is not a house with a history, but a house that is its history, that carries every moment of its long occupation simultaneously, in the way that very old stone carries the record of everything that has pressed against it. This is what Konstantin watches. Every night from room to room, from the library fire to the covered piano to the cellar's cold floor to the impression in the white linen, he is not watching separate things. He is watching the single, continuous, living fact of what this place is, attending to it in all its expressions, being present to it in all its rooms and all its hours, from 11 o'clock to the threshold of dawn, so that nothing in the house's long and complicated life passes unwitnessed, unreceived, unaccompanied. This is why he has been here. This has always been why. Not appointed, not instructed, not serving any function that could be described in the vocabulary of duty or responsibility or purpose in the way that humans use those words. But here, continuously, faithfully, in the way of something that is simply what it is in the place where it belongs, doing what it does because what it does is what it is, because the watching and the attending and the being present through the long hours of the night are not things that Konstantin does, but things that Konstantin is. He is the house's awareness of itself, or one expression of it, one living, breathing, green-eyed expression of the fact that this house knows what it contains, has always known, in the structural, pre-linguistic way of very old places, and does not leave it unattended. The threshold, both sides of it, inside and outside, the house and the night, the warmth and the cold, the accumulated human life of these rooms, and the November dark that presses against the windows, all of it present to him, here at the door, in the last deep hour before dawn. He stands in it. He holds it all. There is a question that old houses ask. Not consciously, houses are not conscious in any sense that the word usually means, do not have thoughts or intentions or the kind of interiority that asks questions. But they ask it nonetheless, in the way that all very old things ask it, in the way that a mountain asks it, or a river asks it, or a forest that has been standing long enough to have become something more than a collection of trees. They ask it simply by being what they are, simply through the fact of their long endurance, simply because anything that has persisted long enough in one place cannot help but raise, by its persistence, the question of what persists. What remains? When the people who built a house are gone, when the family whose name it bears has diminished and departed, when the servants who kept it have grown old and been replaced by others who will also grow old and be replaced, when the fires that warmed it have burned through a century of winters and the clocks that measured its time have been wound and wound until the winding itself has become a ritual detached from any individual winder, what remains of all of this? The simple answer is the house. Stone and timber and glass, the physical structure of it, the arrangement of rooms and corridors and staircases that constitutes the container, this remains in the most obvious and unambiguous sense. You can point to it, walk through it, measure its rooms and catalogue its contents, and record its features in photographs and architectural drawings. The house remains in the way that objects remain, which is to say durably and verifiably, and in a form that the ordinary waking mind can apprehend without difficulty. But Vellacott Hall suggests a more complicated answer. Because what remains in Vellacott Hall is not only the stone and the timber and the glass. What remains is also the warmth of a fire that has been out for hours, still present in the air of the rooms that held it. The impression of a body in linen that has been smoothed and undisturbed for 35 years. The quality of the air in a cellar that has been in contact with something older than the house itself for long enough that the contact has become part of the air's character. A note struck on a piano by hands that are not present, or not present in any way that can be pointed to and verified, which is not quite the same thing as not present. What remains is the quality of what happened. This is the more complicated answer, and it is the one that Vellacott Hall embodies most fully. What remains in an old house, what persists, what accumulates, what becomes, over time. The most fundamental thing about the place is not the physical structure, but the quality of everything that has occurred within it. The conversations and the silences, the love and the grief, the ordinary Tuesdays when nothing in particular happened, and the extraordinary nights when everything changed. The fires lit and the fires extinguished, the notes played and the notes left unplayed, the impressions made in linen and in air and in the patient stone of walls that have been receiving human life for long enough to have become, in some sense that physics does not account for, responsive to it. All of this remains. Not as memory. Memory requires a person, requires a mind to hold it, and minds are mortal and memories depart with them. Not as record. Records are external, are always slightly separate from the thing they record, always slightly behind it, but as quality, as the character of the place itself, which has been shaped by everything that has happened in it, the way a river is shaped by the water that has run through it, not the water that is there now. Not the water that will come next, but the water that has been there, all of it, over all the years, pressing against the banks and wearing at the bed, and finding the channels that offer least resistance and gradually, over time, becoming the reason the river is the shape it is. Vellacott Hall is the shape it is because of everything that has happened here. And what has happened here over the long record of its occupation is primarily this: people were held. They came here, one by one and generation by generation, and the house held them in its warmth and its silence, and its particular quality of being a place that receives without condition, that makes no demands in return for its shelter, that simply opens and admits and closes around whoever has found their way inside. It held them through the ordinary nights and the difficult ones. Through the November nights when the rain was on the windows and the fire was low and the hour was deep, and whatever weight a person carried felt, in this house, slightly more bearable than it felt elsewhere. And in holding them, it learned to hold. This is the thing about practice. It does not simply produce the thing practiced, but transforms the practitioner. The house that has held people for long enough becomes, at some level that is not architectural, but is no less real for that, a holding house. A place whose character, whose essential quality, whose deepest fact is the capacity to receive and contain and not release, or not release completely, not release without remainder, whatever it is given. This is what remains. Not the people, not their faces or their voices or their specific memories or the particular color of the light on a specific afternoon in a specific year, but the quality of their having been here, the shape their long occupation has made in the character of the place, the warmth that has no source because its source is not a fire but 58 years of love for a room, the note that has no player because its player is not a person, but the room's long memory of what the person played. What remains is not the people. What remains is what they gave the place. And the place, Vellacott Hall, at the foot of the Derbyshire Hills, in the north of England, on a November night that is beginning, very slowly, to lean toward morning, holds it. All of it. Every warmth and every silence and every November rain and every person who came through that door and found, without expecting to, that they were held. Including you. Tonight, this night, you are part of what remains now. Consider what this night has been. Not as a sequence of events, not as a list of rooms visited and hours passed and things heard and things felt, though all of those are real and all of them happened, and all of them are part of what this night is. Consider it as a whole, as a single thing, the way a piece of music is a single thing, even though it has a beginning and a middle and an end, and can be divided into movements and measures and individual notes. The divisions are real. But the thing they are divisions of is also real, and is in some ways more real, is the thing that the divisions exist to constitute. This night is a whole. Began in the library, With the fire and the armchair and the first sight of Konstantin in the corner of the room, that quality of his presence, that sense of a creature both familiar and inexplicable, looking at you from across the hearthrug with those green and ancient eyes, as though you were exactly who he expected and had been waiting for. The beginning of the night had the quality of all good beginnings, not an introduction to something that would be explained and resolved, but an invitation, an opening. A door pushed gently inward on the darkness and warmth beyond. And then the hours. 1 o'clock in the drawing room, with the covered furniture and the ticking clock and the piano in its corner and the single note that sounded and faded and left the silence different. The silence that is the silence between notes, the silence that is itself a kind of music. The quality of 1 o'clock as it filled the room, the deep committed dark of a house that has fully crossed from day into night and is settled in that crossing, not planning to cross back, not in any hurry to be anywhere other than exactly where it is. 3 o'clock in the cellar. The cellar that was cold in the way that the deep ground is cold, not the coldness of a room, but the coldness of the earth itself, the baseline temperature of stone that the sun never reaches. And what was there? The presence in the recess, ancient and impersonal and patient, older than the house and older than the name Vellacott, and older than anything that has happened on this piece of ground since people began to record what happens. The recognition, that slow, geological, entirely impersonal acknowledgement of Konstantin, of his long tenure in this place, of the fact that he has been here long enough to be known by even the oldest thing the place contains. The warmth of that cold. Not the warmth of temperature, the cellar was cold, it is cold, it will always be cold, but the warmth of what the recognition meant, that the house is held, that the things it contains, all of them, from the oldest presence in the cellar to the most recent arrival in the library, are known to each other, that the long accumulation of what this place is has arrived, over the years and the decades and the centuries, at something that functions like coherence, like a self. Like a house that knows what it holds and holds it on purpose. 4 o'clock in the master bedroom. Edward Vellacott's room. The impression in the linen, the mirror that shows the room at a slightly warmer quality of light than the room itself contains. The sourceless warmth of 58 years of love for a place, not sentimental love, not the love that requires reciprocation or acknowledgement or any particular return, but the deep, structural love that a person develops for a place that has held them reliably and well for long enough that the love and the place become indistinguishable, that the love is simply part of what you are in the same way that the place is part of what you are. And Konstantin lying beside the impression, keeping company with what the room holds, being present to it in the way that he is present to everything in this house, without drama, without agenda, without the need for the thing he is keeping company with to know that he is there or to respond or to give anything back. Simply there, the presence of a living, breathing, warm-bodied creature in a room that has been keeping its love for 35 years in the absence of the body that the love belonged to. That is what this night has been. A witnessing, a long, unhurried, room-by-room witnessing of what Vellacott Hall is and what it holds, and what the holding means, moving through it in the company of the creature who has been doing this witnessing for longer than anyone can account for, moving at his pace and in his quality of attention, arriving at each room not with questions, but with presence, not demanding to understand, but simply being there. And being there was enough. It is always enough. The witnessing does not require comprehension. The presence does not require understanding. The house does not need you to know what the cellar's presence is, or who played the piano, or how long Konstantin has been here, or what exactly the impression in the linen means. It only needs you to be here, in the way that you have been here tonight, with your attention and your willingness and your gradual, room-by-room relinquishment of the ordinary requirements of the waking self. You have given it that. And the house has given you this, a night of being held, of moving through rooms that receive without condition and dark, that does not threaten, and hours that ask nothing except your presence. A night of Konstantin, of those green and ancient eyes, of that unhurried certainty, of the particular quality of rest that comes from being in the company of something that has never been alarmed by anything this house contains and has no intention of starting now. This is the gift of old houses that have been loved. Not grandeur, not history in the abstract sense, not the sense that impresses and distances, that makes you feel small in the face of the long past. The other kind of history, the kind that is simply the accumulated quality of many people having been here before you and having been, while they were here, held. The kind that means the warmth in the air is not only from the fire. The kind that means the silence is not empty, but full of all the evenings and the long nights and the ordinary Tuesdays that have accumulated in these rooms over the long years of the house's occupation, all of it present, all of it quietly and permanently part of what the place is. You have been in that. You carry some of it with you now, even into sleep, even into the place where the rooms and the hours are no longer present as rooms and hours, but only as qualities, the warmth, the dark, the sound of rain, the felt sense of having been somewhere true and having been held there. It will be there when you wake. Not as a memory, necessarily. Dreams and the deep night do not always leave memories, but as something in the quality of the morning, some quality of rest that is deeper than ordinary rest, some quality of ease that the day, with its ordinary requirements, will find slightly easier to meet. This is what Vellacott Hall gives. To everyone who finds their way here, in whatever form the finding takes, in the library at 11, in the drawing room at 1, in the cold at 3, in the warmth at 4, at the threshold at the moment before dawn. To everyone who comes and stays and lets the house do what the house knows how to do. It holds. It has always held. It will hold. The sky is changing. Not yet light, not in any way that could be called light, not in any way that the eye, looking at the windows of Vellacott Hall from inside, would register as light. The curtains in the library and the drawing room are still fully effective barriers against whatever is outside, still holding the night of the rooms in the way they have held it all evening. But behind the curtains, behind the glass, behind the heavy November clouds that have not moved appreciably since they arrived sometime yesterday afternoon and committed themselves to this particular sky, behind all of that, at a distance that is still theoretical, the process of morning has begun. It began, as it always begins, with a change in the quality of the dark. The dark above the cloud cover is fractionally less absolute than it was an hour ago. Not measurably, there are no instruments here, no readings being taken, no one awake in the house to observe and note it, but it is happening. The rotation of the earth is bringing this piece of the north of England toward the sun's horizon, and the sun, which is still well below that horizon and will be for another hour at least, is beginning to make its approach known in the only way it can, at this distance, through this cloud, by slightly, infinitesimally, reducing the depth of the dark above. The rain knows it. Not consciously, the rain is not conscious, but in the physical way that rain responds to the approach of morning, which is to say by very slightly changing in character. The drops that have been falling all night onto the gravel drive and the elm trees and the stone of the house's exterior have been falling with the steady, committed weight of night rain, the rain of a sky that has settled in and is not in any hurry to be done. Now, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the rain is beginning its shift toward something lighter, still substantial, still the kind of rain that darkens stone and runs in rivulets down old glass and makes the gravel of the drive gleam, but less committed. less certain that it will be here forever. Morning rain knows that morning is coming. Konstantin, at the front door of Vellacott Hall, feels all of this. He feels it through the gap at the base of the door, the cold air from outside, which carries in it the information of the night and everything the night has been doing, carries the smell of rain-soaked elm and wet gravel, and the particular mineral cold of the pre-dawn has shifted by the smallest imaginable degree. Still cold, still wet, still everything that the November night outside this door has been all evening. But something in it that was absolutely settled is now only nearly settled. Something that was completely closed is now only almost closed. The world outside is beginning to open. He puts a paw to the door. Pushes. It swings inward, the great oak door, on its great iron hinges, moving with the slow, deliberate ease of a very heavy thing that is nonetheless perfectly balanced, that opens with the weight of centuries behind it and the ease of centuries of use, making almost no sound as it moves, as though even the door knows that this is not the hour for announcement. Cold air. It comes in immediately, filling the entrance hall with the smell of the outside world, the rain and the earth and the bare branches and the long gravel drive and the darkness that is not quite as dark as it was an hour ago. Konstantin stands in the open doorway. Inside to his left, the entrance hall, the lamp burning its last small flame, the clock ticking. Outside ahead, the stone portico, the rain falling in thin silver lines through the darkness, the gravel of the drive gleaming, the shapes of the elm trees just barely visible against the slightly less dark sky. He looks at it all. The dark drive, the rain, the shapes of the trees that have been here longer than the house, that have been growing alongside it and over it and around it for long enough that the drive is, in summer, a tunnel of their canopy, the branches reaching toward each other across the space above. They stand in the rain with the patience of trees in November, all their leaves long gone, their branches bare and dark, and reaching upward in the specific way of trees that have grown in one place for a very long time and have become, through that long growing, part of the meaning of the place. At the end of the drive, the gateposts, just visible in the pre-dawn dark, their stone shape slightly lighter than the surrounding shadow. The boundary of Vellacott Hall's grounds, the formal edge of where the estate ends and the rest of the world begins. Beyond them, the lane. Beyond the lane, the fields and the hills and the rest of Derbyshire and the rest of England and the rest of the world that is not this house, that does not hold what this house holds, that is simply itself in the ordinary way of things that have not had long enough or deep enough an occupation to become something more than what they physically are. Konstantin looks at it. For a long moment, longer than any pause he has made tonight, longer than the pause before the cellar door, longer than the time he spent looking at the reflection in the old mirror. He looks at what is outside the door of Vellacott Hall at the moment before dawn on a November morning. And he stays. He does not cross the threshold. This is not because he cannot. The door is open. The night is there. The pre-dawn air is in his face, and the rain is in the gravel a few steps ahead. And there is nothing physical between him and the outside world but a step down from the portico and a willingness to take it. He does not take it. He stands in the open doorway for the long moment of his looking, reading the outside world with the same quality of complete attention that he has brought to every room of this house tonight, and he makes his assessment, and his assessment is, out there is not his. Not in any proprietary sense, he does not think in terms of ownership, does not have the concept of mine and not mine in the way that implies a claim, but in the deeper, more fundamental sense of belonging, of being the right kind of thing in the right kind of place, of being in the location where what you are makes sense and serves its purpose and is most fully itself. Out there in the November rain, under the bare elm trees, on the long gravel drive, out there is the world. The ordinary, enormous, completely real world that gets along perfectly well without Konstantin and has no particular need of the kind of attention that Konstantin provides. In here is Vellacott Hall. In here is the work. He steps back. One step, two, back into the entrance hall, back onto the old stone floor, back into the warmth that has been here all night and will be here all day and will be here, all the available evidence suggests, for a very long time after this particular night has passed into the accumulation of all the other nights that this house holds within itself. He turns to look at the open door once more. The rain falls on the portico stones, the drive gleams, the elm trees stand in their November patience. The sky above the clouds is beginning, very slowly, still theoretically, still not quite visible, its long leaning toward light. He reaches up and pushes the door. It swings closed on its great hinges, making that same almost no sound, the sound of a thing completing itself, of inside becoming inside again, and outside returning to its own proper domain. The latch does not catch, it never catches, the door simply rests in its closed position by its own considerable weight, as it has always rested, as it will rest when Konstantin is gone from the entrance hall and the lamp has burned out, and the house is passing through the last dark minutes before Mrs. Alderton comes down the back stairs to begin the morning. He stands before the closed door. The watch is complete. The house is as it should be. The night has been attended to in all its rooms and all its hours, from the library fire at 11 to the drawing-room piano at 1 to the cellar at 3 to the master bedroom at 4 to the threshold, here, in the last deep dark before dawn. Everything has been witnessed. Everything has been accompanied. Nothing in the long night of Vellacott Hall has passed without the quality of attention it deserved. This is all the watch ever asks. To be present, to attend, to move through the hours without urgency and without fear, receiving whatever each room and each hour holds, making no judgments and taking no actions beyond the action of being there, fully and without remainder, so that nothing in this house, none of its presences, none of its memories, none of its accumulated love and loss and long endurance, is ever entirely alone. He has done this. He always does this. The night is done. You are deeper than sleep. This is the paradox of where you are. You have gone so far down, through so many rooms and so many hours, that the word sleep is no longer adequate. Sleep is what happens at the surface, in the light layers of the night where the body rests and the mind processes and the ordinary work of restoration is conducted. What you are in is something older and deeper than that, the place where the body is not simply resting, but is fully, unconditionally, without reservation at rest, in the way that only comes when you have truly let go of the surface and its requirements. You let go a long time ago. Somewhere around 3 o'clock, perhaps, in the cold of the cellar, with the mineral dark pressing in from all sides and Konstantin's slow breath the only warm thing. Or perhaps earlier, in the drawing room, with the note from the piano fading into the silence and the room settling back into itself. Or perhaps at the very beginning, when the library fire was warm on your face, and the armchair received you and Konstantin blinked his slow, confirming blink from across the hearthrug. It does not matter when. What matters is that you did, that the letting go happened, as it always happens when the conditions are right, when the warmth is real and the dark is the right kind of dark, and the sound of the rain is continuous enough to have become the ambient quality of the world rather than an event within it, and when there is something present that has been attending to the night and to the house, and to all that they contain for long enough that its presence constitutes, without any need for articulation, a guarantee. Konstantin is that guarantee. He has always been that guarantee. And tonight, having made his final round, the library and the drawing room and the cellar door and the front threshold, and now back, moving through the entrance hall with the lamp burning its last minutes and the clock ticking its faithful count, he is coming back to where he began. To the library, to the fire, to the armchair. Let him take you there. Not physically, you are already there, or you are somewhere below there, somewhere in the deep, quiet country of the night's furthest reach, where rooms and hours and the physical facts of houses are simply the surface of something much larger and more profound. But in the way of the imagination at its deepest, the way that things in dreams are present not as objects, but as qualities, as the felt sense of a thing rather than the thing itself, let the library be present to you. The warmth of it, the smell of it, old paper and leather, and the last of the fires long burning. The sound of it, the clock on the mantelpiece, still faithful, still counting, and beneath the clock the rain, still faithful, still speaking against the old glass. And Konstantin, coming home to the library, as he always comes at the end of the night's round, coming home to the room where the watch began, where you first saw him in the armchair by the fire and understood, in the wordless way that understanding happens at this depth, that you were in safe company. You are in safe company. You have always been in safe company, tonight, in this house. Sleep now. The deepest sleep, the final sleep of a night that has taken you through every room of a very old house and every hour of a long November night and left you, not where you started, not quite, because nothing that has passed through this house emerges entirely unchanged, but held, completely, warmly, without condition or reservation. Held. When morning comes to Vellacott Hall, it comes slowly. This is the nature of morning in the north of England in November, on a day after a night of rain. It does not arrive with any of the drama that other seasons permit. There is no clear brightening, no moment when the light changes decisively and the world resolves from dark into day. There is instead a long, gradual, thoroughly committed graying, the sky above the clouds moving through its spectrum of dark grays, the rain continuing through all of them, the elm trees becoming more visible as the gray deepens, not because the trees have changed, but because the quality of the light, such as it is, has become sufficient to define them against the sky. The first thing that becomes visible is the gateposts at the end of the drive. Just their shapes, their stone substance, darker than the sky behind them, substantial against the gray. Then the drive itself, the gravel surface gleaming with accumulated rain, the parallel edges of the gravel resolving out of the dark like two lines drawn slowly and with care. Then the elm trees on either side, their bare branches multiplying against the gray sky as the light increases, each branch subdividing into smaller branches and those into smaller still, the whole elaborate winter architecture of them becoming visible by degrees. Then the house, its stone exterior, darker than usual with the night's rain, its windows still curtained, its chimneys still dark against the sky, no smoke yet, the fires not yet laid and lit, the morning not yet begun in that practical sense. But the house itself visible, solid and particular and exactly itself, standing at the end of the gravel drive as it has always stood, as if it had always been there, as if it grew rather than was built, as if it is simply part of the landscape of this Derbyshire morning, the way the hills are part of it, and the rain is part of it, and the bare elm trees are part of it. Inside, the lamp in the entrance hall has gone out. The last of the oil consumed sometime in the pre-dawn dark, the flame extinguishing itself quietly and without ceremony, the entrance hall passing through its brief total darkness, and then, as the morning light began to strengthen outside, admitting the first grey daylight through the thin gaps between the curtains of the nearest windows. The hall resolving slowly from darkness into its daytime self. The mirror, the portrait of the woman with the direct gaze, the long-case clock still ticking in its corner, the staircase rising to the upper floor where the sleeping rooms are beginning to admit their own thin grey light. The clock strikes 6. 6 measured, unhurried strokes, the clock's way of marking the hour, the same way it has marked every hour since it was made, with the same tone and the same patience and the same complete indifference to whether the hour being marked is important or ordinary, whether anyone is awake to hear it or not. Somewhere in the house, a door opens. Mrs. Alderton on the back staircase, beginning her morning. The sound of the kitchen range being opened, of coal being added to the banked fire within, of the first practical acts of a new day being performed with the efficiency of long habit. The smell of coal smoke, then the smell of water heating, then, in time, the smell of tea. The house is waking. In its measured, unhurried way, Vellacott Hall is crossing from the night self that you have known through all these hours into the day self that belongs to a different quality of time, the visible, practical, populated time of people going about the ordinary business of their days. The fires will be lit. The curtains will be drawn back. The rooms that have held the night's deep dark will admit the grey November light and become, once again, rooms for daytime use. The drawing room, the library, the corridors and the entrance hall and the upstairs rooms where the sleeping people are beginning to stir. All of them transitioning. All of them becoming, in the gradual way of an old house moving through its daily cycle, the version of themselves that the light requires. In the library, Konstantin is in the armchair. He has been there for some time, has been there since he returned from the front door, from the threshold, from the last standing at the edge of the night's watch. He came back through the entrance hall past the dimming lamp and through the library door that was ajar as it always is, and he crossed the floor to the armchair by the fireplace, and he got into it in the specific, deliberate way that he gets into everything, fully, without remainder, the whole of him committed to the position, and he settled. His eyes are closed, or nearly closed, the thinnest line of green still visible between the lids, barely more than a reflection, barely more than the presence of the color in the darkness of his resting face. His breathing is the slowest it has been all night, each breath long and full and deeply unhurried, the breathing of a creature that has completed what it set out to do and is, for the remaining hours of the morning, genuinely at rest. The fire beside him has gone out entirely. The coals are cold now, grey and inert, no longer radiating warmth, no longer giving the room the particular quality of lit fire light that it had at 11 o'clock when you first arrived. But the room is not cold. It is the temperature of a room that has held a fire all night and retains the warmth of that long burning in its walls and its books and its old carpet and its particular quality of enclosed, still air, the warmth without fire, the room's own warmth, learned from the fire, held beyond it. The clock on the mantelpiece ticks. Outside, the rain continues its grey morning address to the windows. The light, such as it is, filters through the curtains in the thin, uncommitted way of November daylight, present but not assertive, illuminating without warming, making the room visible without making it bright. Konstantin breathes. The library holds him. As it holds everything it has ever been given to hold, the accumulated warmth of 10,000 fires, the accumulated words of 10,000 books, the accumulated hours of all the people who have ever sat in this chair or in the chair across from it and read or thought or simply been here, in the particular quality of presence that this room has always made possible. All of it held, all of it part of what the room is. And now you. The night that you and Konstantin have passed through together, the library at 11 and the drawing room at 1 and the cellar at 3, and the master bedroom at 4, and the threshold in the dark before dawn. All of it is now part of what the room holds, part of what Vellacott Hall holds. One more layer in the long accumulation of nights and people and warmth, and the patient endurance of a house that was here before you came and will be here after. You are part of what remains now. This is the gift of a house like this, not that it offers you anything new, not that it changes you in any way that you could point to and describe, but that it adds you, takes the fact of your having been here, your having been held through these hours in these rooms, and folds it into the long record of everything else it has held, so that you become part of the place's continuity, part of what it carries forward. Part of the quality of warmth and accumulated human presence that fills its rooms and makes them what they are and will make them what they will be. You have been here. The house knows it. Konstantin knows it, or will know it when he wakes, if waking is the right word for what happens when he opens those green eyes fully and shifts in the armchair and takes his first deliberate breath of the morning and looks at the cold fireplace and the grey light through the curtains and begins, in his patient and unhurried way, the assessment of the new day. He will know you were here. He always knows. Sleep now. Not because the night requires it. The night is nearly done. The morning is here. The house is waking around you, and the world outside is as grey and wet and solid and real as the world always is when you return to it after a long night of being somewhere else. Sleep not because you must, but because you can. Because the holding is still here, still doing what it learned to do through all the long years of this house's occupation, and will not stop doing it simply because the sun, somewhere above the clouds, somewhere beyond the reach of this November morning's committed grey, has technically risen. The house holds. Konstantin sleeps. And the rain falls on Vellacott Hall, on its gravel drive and its elm trees and its stone exterior, darkened by the long night's rain, steady and grey and entirely without urgency. The rain of a November morning in the north of England that has nowhere else to be and all the time there is. Sleep. One last time. Sleep.